Hello, Swan. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Oh boy, there is a lot to get into this week. We've we've unlocked some things that are going to require moving advanced things around. It's going to get more complicated. It'll be fun. Can't forget to get my tea over there. It's still brewing. Right, I'm going to get that tea. I will be right back. Okay, let's fire this thing up. There we go. All right, so let's load in and get our bearings. Because we've got a lot going on, and this is also the very last weekend that we can do anything with FICSMAS. It's going away on the 18th, which is Saturday, not Sunday, so we need to be ready for that. Here we are. Here's our space elevator. Here's a bunch of stuff getting loaded into it, I guess, which we don't need the old stuff, but we do have the first of the new things going in. There's a gift. There's a truck. Wow, that's kind of fast once it gets going. There's all this chugging along. All right, so let's see. What's our plan for today? What's our new stuff that we have access to? Oh, and we're working on, we need that yellow thing for aeronautical engineering. The yellow thing is a radio control unit. It needs lots of aluminum casings. It also needs crystal oscillators, and it needs computers. So this is the tricky thing. We have everything we need to make all these things. The problem is they're all in different places. Computers are over here. Aluminum casings are all the way over at the aluminum area, and we need a lot of casings per radio control unit. And crystal oscillators, we've actually had the ability to make for a while. We just haven't actually done so. Because we didn't actually need them for anything in the main production line yet. It was all for, like, random research things. But now we actually need to make them. And for that, we need quartz crystals, we need cable, we need the reinforced plates. So actually, I'm kind of wondering if maybe we want to make use of the quartz that's over here that we tapped ages ago. We could also make this thing over at the over at the aluminum area to combine with other stuff there. Let's see what else we need crystal oscillators for, because that kinda determines it. They're used for pulse nobelisks, radio control units, and actually a fair number of other things. Maybe it's something that's worth producing in multiple places. When possible. And cable is something we're going to need a lot more of. But clearly this is the thing we need to start. We need to figure out really how we're going to do that. So, let's start in. Boy, that's taking off, isn't it? Speaking of cable, one of the major challenges here is that we just aren't getting quite enough of it out of all this. These are finally getting enough wire to make cable, but we're going to need more than that. Because all of this is already getting used up over here. Yeah, this just got enough cable to make another computer. It's also getting used by whatever this is. It's another limiting reagent. So that's actually our first problem, is we need way more cable. We've only got these two machines making it. That's nowhere near enough. It's also kind of separate from other things at this point. Copper wire we're mostly importing from other places. Where else is it being made? Did we move all of that production elsewhere? This is all copper sheets. The copper wire is coming in from somewhere else. Could just make more cable. This ridge is kind of in the way here for setting up more cable production, but that doesn't have to stop us. This copper, this is a Mark II. We're not quite using all the copper from it even, but we're close to that. Okay, let's start by getting this stack of 3 containers out of the way. Up till now, this has been just the place where I store the simple copper products that I want to just pick up and take with me. But I think we need to move that out of the way. Let's go to where we're currently manufacturing wire in large quantities, and we can put a depot there. This is an area for making screws. And this is a long fall. Where's my jetpack? There it is. So this is where we're making wire in large quantities. And we could, in fact, make it in even larger quantities if we wanted to. We were starting to scale that up. So, let's start off with that. Let's first... Where's the mine? There's the mine. Let's start by splitting off the path from here into a dimensional depot. May not have left that quite enough space to be a straight line. Yes, I did. This doesn't need to be a fast belt, but we'll make it one anyway. And clearly I already have some in my stockpile, probably because I placed them there manually. So that's step one. That's going to mean that we can get rid of the other big bin. Now, over here, I've got copper sheets. There's not a whole lot of space for splitting off something nicely. But this is a splitter, and I could just do so here. So maybe I'll just do that. This, for whatever reason, is a slow belt. No space left in depot. Okay, so that's not actually going to consume anything. That's going to back up. Hopefully. Ah, it's going to acquire a whole stack that it wants to put in the depot, and it will upload them when it can. Okay, that's fine. So now we just have to do something similar for cable. And ask ourselves if we actually still want cable in all this. Well, first of all, since we're now stockpiling our copper sheets over there, we can get rid of this. And in fact, we can... pour this into our production line. I would have liked you to go into a merger. You're never gonna fit one way or the other. Okay, fine. Where can I put you instead? That's a splitter. Well, why don't we just pull from this for a while we're working? Let's just... Let's just do that. And in fact, since we've got so many more materials now, let's upgrade everything. That's a Mark III. This can be a Mark III. This whole belt can be a Mark III. And then once it's in here, everything is moving fast. Okay, that will empty out gradually. And now for cable. Kind of thinking of just kind of raising this platform up a bit so we can get over this ridge. Would this do it? This would do it. One might need to move other stuff over too, but it would work. Clear this out for now. And this, since we don't need this stockpile anymore. That's actually emptying out nicely. Let's check something. I don't know if I've been placing very simple power poles to avoid the bug we were having earlier. Power pole test. Let's see if we can save. And then, can I just place a power pole Mark II without upgrading anything? That looks okay. You should make cable. And in fact, let's just plan on moving these as well. We'll do one at a time. That's going to be in the middle of things, but it's okay. Now somewhere... Okay, yes. I can put this over. And it'll kind of hide that other stuff under it. That's kind of nice. You will also make cable. And let's get this set up a little bit. That's going to go off in this direction, so we're going to need mergers. And I guess we'll plan on having one more in line. Yeah, let's commit to this. Leave that there so I remember where it goes. This is making wire. Those are making copper sheets. I don't think we need to make more copper wire here. I think we can just bring it all in from elsewhere. So let's do that. Plan on having a basement, or at least space underneath that we could conceivably do something with. There's the merger. Now this gets added to that, and all of these are going to need wire, which is all coming in from over here. I'm not going to worry too much about that clipping because those boxes will not be there forever. Okay. And now we're getting cable again. That will get used up as it gets used up. That cable is doing as it will. That copper wire we'll get rid of later. As for the cable, can we stuff another depot here? Also, what is going on with this? Actually, that doesn't need to be here. That was supporting a power pole, but it's not terribly critical. I'm just kind of wondering if I could stash one of those dimensional things under here, but it's kind of a tight fit, so... Having extra ingots isn't helping. Those are all full. This cable's doing fine. Really what we need is another splitter. Which I guess we had before. And then that can split off into another dimensional depot. Maybe we'll just put it over here. Okay. Now that that's done, let's make sure we can make use of all this cable that we already have. We can just not care about clipping. A lot of it is getting used over here. Ooh. Okay, at that point it's faster. Alright, so we're making more cable now, and we can scale that up a little more if we need to. Honestly, what we're missing over here right now is quartz. And then we need to send the crystal oscillators and the computers over to the aluminum area. Now, quartz crystals I was already kind of set up for over there, so let's go see what we can do about that. We can check on our FICSMAS stuff while we're there. And hopefully this influx of cable will help for a while. Let's also bring some high-speed connectors. I know those are going to be useful in the MAM soon. We've got some things that need those. No, I want to stop worrying about the refineries for a while. That's been on screen for ages, and I don't need to worry about it right now. Whee! Now, our dimensional depots mean that we can actually fairly easily stuff things into depots here and unload them manually wherever else we might need them until such time as we have drones to do a better job of that automatically. So I'm not actually as worried about that as I might have been otherwise, but there it is. That's a lot of wonder stars. Do we have 500 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more stack's worth, maybe? It's been busy since we've been gone. Okay, not quite a full stack yet, but it is close. Okay. Let's just hang out. And this, of course, is doing its thing. Meanwhile, I'm not going to have any room in my storage to do anything. Why am I carrying one gift? Why am I carrying around a bunch of slugs? Motors and stators into there. Let's get rid of the slugs. No, I need the construction desk for that. Sluggers to the north, seriously. There's too many. They're in my inventory. Okay. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I need another couple of spots free. You know what? This is a temporary state of affairs, so I'm going to be okay with it. Okay, that should be enough. At long last. Oop. No, I don't want to dismantle it. 500 Wonder Stars for the upgrade 4 of the giant FICSMAS tree. There we go.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Oh look, it's so shiny. You are such a wonderful person. I am sure every other human would agree. Let's call them right now. Oh no, they're not picking up. I am sure it's nothing, except... Oh, look. Earth is gone. Everyone's gone. Does that make you feel good? Fortunately for you, this was only a simulation of the possible consequences of neglecting your duties. Happy holidays.
Wow, she's almost worse than GLaDOS in some ways. Well, I think it looks good. It's got a star on it. However, one thing I do agree with is that now it is time to remove all of the extra stuff that we were using to make these machines faster. Because they're not important anymore. So any of these that we were speeding up for any reason, we can just get rid of. We don't need to worry about their imbalances anymore. None of it's important. Got a Sommer sloop. Were you hiding any more Sommer sloops? No. You are fine. Anyone else with a boosted blue light? Now, when the FICSMAS event officially ends, our gift trees will not produce gifts anymore. So all of these will eventually grind to a halt. We could also stop them prematurely by just cutting off power to all this stuff, because, again, as noted, we don't need it anymore. Okay, everything's running at base speeds. Now, I do want to grab a few Wonder Stars if we have them, because the special FICSMAS skins use them, and so I want to be able to set those on a few things. However, did I unlock power switches? Note the A and B connector labels. That's cute. I need ornament bundles as well. Very well. Power switch is off. So power grid B is all the FICSMAS stuff. Pretty much all the stuff related to FICSMAS is getting its power off of this connection, except for maybe some of the stuff harvesting extra copper over there, which is irrelevant without all of this running. All of this doesn't actually account for all that much of our maximum consumption. We probably were using a lot more when the Sommer sloops were in there, because they take more power. But let's go ahead and shut these off. FPS slipstream. Well, we could certainly go slug hunting, but I think there are more better ways to spend our time at the moment, because the only thing we'd use slugs for is to get more of... where are they? More of these power shards, and I've already got 77 of them because I haven't been using them all that much in this playthrough. I've kind of been trying to build more machines rather than relying on overclocking the ones I have, which is supposed to be more efficient, I think. But over here is something interesting. This was our orphaned quartz crystal area. I had plans to ship it out from here, but that never really happened. And I would need some fuel in order to do that. As in, I'd need a better source of it over here, because the truck station at our main area doesn't have fuel attached, actually. Everything's coming from the fuel area because, well, I'll just open up the map. I want to scroll the map, but anyway, this farther docking station is the one that's got all the fuel. This truck, which is the only truck that we've actually got running, always refuels from here. Now, we could add fuel to the load that this truck carries. That is doable. So we could set that up. Quartz crystal. I stuffed a bunch of that into my inventory. And we've clearly got a whole mess of it here. So, okay, let's work on spreading fuel around a little bit more. Because that will make us actually able to ship quartz crystal out from here. These critters are still doing their thing. So step one is we've got to be ready to receive fuel when it ends up over here. We want to set that up before we start actually bringing it. I guess I could use a train. That's not the worst idea, actually. And I haven't done anything with trains yet. It would just be a straight back and forth line. Tubes, FICSMAS stuff, railway. Train station serves as a hub for locomotives which can be set to navigate to and stop at a train station. Freight platform. I just feel like it's so much to set up for relatively little that we'd actually be moving. So right now this is bringing in plastic. Okay, and plastic is actually piling up still. I don't want to waste any of that, so let's see what the limiting reagents are. Might be cable again. Not cable. Right now it's just production speed because we've got a surplus of cable because we're emptying out that bin. Quick wire is the limiting reagent over here. How's that cable emptying out? It's still moving. I can see it all the way from here. Okay, we need more ingots. And at this point, we'd need to put more power into the mine as well. So let's go ahead and do that. I did not space them the same. That's gonna bother me, or at least it's gonna bother somebody. Not that they needed to be that far apart in the first place. I'll change them later. Think we could do with just a little more overclocking. There we go. That one's starting to fill up. It's a subtle change, but we'll let it run. Ride this back. Okay, where were we? I wanted to set this up for fuel. And as part of that, I think I need to move this out of the way. Useful as it is, let's set up for another couple of things. Let's first of all put these here. Now that's clogged up. That's going to be a problem, so let's figure it out quickly. Might need to move this over too, because this needs to change elevation as well, just because of the hills. That's actually all right for now. But this needs to be a smart splitter. And before we set up other things, let's actually account for this being fabric, because that's the other thing that gets produced over there. I'm kind of guessing that at some point I'll want to ship that over as well. So left gets fabric, center gets overflow. But that doesn't need to actually go anywhere yet. And let's upgrade these to even faster belts for offloading. Is that also Mark 5 already? Yes, that's fine. Okay. Resume. Alright, so that's there. Let's put another smart splitter here. Oh dear, I've gone and messed this up. Logistics. Conveyor splitter 7. Put that on the hotbar. However, you need to be a smart splitter. Let's put that there. And in fact, now that we're doing things a little differently, let's say that I want 8 to be Mark 3 belts and 0 to be Mark 5 belts, because we're using those more. This container Actually, let's move it over a little bit. It's actually going to be a mess. Left is going to be fuel. Packaged fuel. And center is going to be overflow. We're still a little bit backed up at this point. We need to put our awesome sink back. That can just go here. And overflow is still overflow, and it needs to be connected to power. All right, now this packaged fuel needs to get fed back into this truck station. Specifically into the fuel port. Okay, now if we head over to our fuel producing area, we can start actually sending fuel over here. Whoops. Oh. Customizer. Skins. Premium FICSMAS skins. Ha! Look at that! I want my jetpack. I cannot apply it to the Explorer, sadly. If I was going faster, I could just plow straight through you. Like that. Now, one tricky thing about all this is that it means shipping fuel out is going to be using a lot of fuel. It's going to be taking it away, which means we're going to be using more fuel essentially as a result. So I think I want to actually use slow conveyor belts in order to throttle that a bit. And I don't actually want to send fabric over there just now. So, over here, let us set up a stack of splitters. Actually, it would need to be a merger as well. A splitter and then a merger. Some of this fuel needs to actually go into the truck station, as always. It's a convenient spot for me to take it to. Then we need a merger. And I'm going to use a slow belt to send the fuel into the merger, because I don't actually want all that much of it getting sent over. I want its speed to be somewhat throttled. I think that's okay for now. But what that should mean is we should start having fuel get delivered to our main base. Let's head back and take a look. Here's the Caterium area. think this has started yet. No, not quite. So we're gonna have to wait till the truck comes back. I just saw it go that way. How's this doing? Quickfire's still a limiting reagent, but not by much. We can't step on that belt anymore. It's too fast. How are these machines all doing? That's filled up to 100. That's filled up to 100. That is filling up. This one's filling up. Okay. So at this point we need more smelters. Can I fit 3 into this space instead of 2? Let's try it. It's silly, but let's try it. If not, I'll just remember that I need 5 more once I rebuild it. Not quite. Alright, I'll rebuild this whole section. 2 more and then 1 extra. More. And then 1 extra. That's actually going to be in the way. Set you all up. These will all be mergers. And these will all be splitters. And these will all be very fast belts. Okay, that's all working. And this is now backed up, actually. A little bit. Or at least we should make sure it doesn't get backed up. Wow, yeah, look at that. It's already got 100 in it. I guess these could use some overclocking. We've got these, we might as well use them. I don't suppose I've got anything feeding this into my hammer space. Because it's not like we need tons of it there. Maybe it's over there. Well, we'll worry about that later. I've already got a full stack. Meanwhile, over here... Nothing backed up over here, but... no fuel. Let's see what happens when the truck comes back. Aha, it's not getting sent over there. You need to send things out the right side, not the left. No. Packaged fuel. Same for you. Okay, how's this doing? That's better. Now it's the circuit boards that are the limiting reagent. Well, now that we've got all these high-speed connectors, let's pick up a few more and see if we can do any research with them. What's in here? AI limiters. Okay, good to know. I don't need an extra small stack. Still waiting for the truck to come back. Let's see, Caterium, was there something? Priority power switch, okay, and power poles Mark III. Well, let's research that, that's easy enough.
Power pole Mark III unlocked. It has significantly more power connections compared to the previous models.
Excellent. Here comes the truck. Caterium, priority power switch, there we go.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
That's actually really nice. And the bullet guidance system, which we need to do some other stuff with first. Okay. Power slugs, we need more advanced stuff for that. Sulfur, we haven't much gotten into this yet. That's something we could start on. Alien technology, do we want to throw more Mercer spheres into this? We could expand our depots. Expand our upload speed. A lot of this requires just grabbing more of the purple things we're making over there. Plus using our Mercer spheres for it. I'm going to leave that alone for now. Because I kind of prefer being able to just make the depots right now. But now, there's nothing in the fuel buffer, but if we come over here, hopefully we should now see, yes, there's fuel in this truck stop. So trucks can actually fuel themselves at the fuel station. Well, at the truck station, which means it might actually be worth our while to move Quartz over here from that distant place. Which means now it's time to set up Quartz. Now the first thing I'm gonna do is put the awesome sink over here because I keep having to move it out of the way and I don't want to. This should just be another bridge over that we'll just deal with as we must. In fact, this whole thing we need to make sure that we can drive under. So let's make some walls. That did not automatically connect. That may have automatically connected. I'm not sure if that's tall enough. Make it just a little less tall. Maybe this will be enough. All right, that's rolling. Kind of like to watch for the truck as it comes by, but this will be okay. In the meantime, let's expand our loading platform a little bit. That's coming up through there. Which means ultimately we'll want to set this up here. I also want this wall to be one notch higher. We can also put wall mounts up here. Yes, you're fine. There. That gets that nicely out of the way. We need another smart splitter. I'm not sure if that's working exactly as it's supposed to, but I think it's connected. Now you, out of your right side, should accept quartz crystal, and the center gets overflow. And overflow keeps being overflow, and this keeps going in there. Now we can actually test this. Let's not put all the quartz we have into there, but if we were to accept this. That's fuel. There's our quartz crystal. Okay. So now we can do useful things with it. I need to expand my power grid a little bit, I guess. For example, let's put another wall mount here. Shift this over. Now we can send quartz crystal over this way, and that should put us in a good position to make the oscillators. Because we need cable and reinforced iron plates for that, and those are things that we have nearby. And actually, cable and reinforced iron plates are more over this way. So I wonder if there's a convenient place to set them up over here. They are kind of an electronics thing, so I might as well keep them with electronics, but we can at least see where our reinforced plates are. We're still emptying these out. That's still there. Cable's almost done, though. So we have a surplus that's not going to stick around for much longer. Reinforced iron plates, those are all coming off in those directions. Okay. We could assemble them over here. Because this is kind of where the reinforced iron plates otherwise stop. This is where they all get turned into other things, and then that's kind of the end of them. So if we bring the quartz over here, we can do something with that. Let's set up another splitter. That simply is what it is. That's gonna need a manufacturer though, and those are big. We do have cable coming this way for that purpose. I can even put a separate truck stop over here, but then I'd have to reroute where the fuel is going. Nah. Alright, we've got cable being made over here. Let's just find a way to split off these reinforced iron plates. Which means we don't really need this. This can just be plain old path like it was before. that cable path can split off, which means we could put reinforced iron plates on top of it. I kind of like that. So. Plan to have these connected as a stack. Behave for the moment as though they are. And in fact, we can also use the splitter for organization for nice right angle turns. Start with a slow belt. Snake in there. Cross here. Up to here. Never mind the crisscrossing. Count on maybe improving these at some other time. Now at this point, I sent the cables into the basement. So I could just send them over further and then pull them out again at another place. I'm fine with that. What we're making now is kind of on the same level as computers, so we'll take that. Now, speaking of computers, we've got a bunch of them here, and I'm going to start moving towards putting these in a dimensional depot. So let's wait till that one goes in. Pull this out, replace it with a depot. Ooh. We are using a lot of power. And probably not making enough fuel. Pulling fuel out for this may be a problem. Let's get over to the fuel area quick. This is not quite the right way, but we'll make it work. Narrow gaps. You sit down there. Probably not producing fuel fast enough for all of this. You're getting enough fuel. You're getting enough fuel. As are you. I think my power grid may be split. This over here, the battery's at 100%. Let's look at things carefully. Hello, gingerbread truck. Might have been when I was messing around with the Caterium. You're fine. You're also fine. You're at 63%. You are disconnected from other things somehow. That's over there. Either that or there's something I'm missing. This is backed up, which means power usage has probably gotten a lot more jagged. The white lines shooting out from the Explorer and from myself are probably, what you're probably seeing is my hover pack connecting to nearby power sources. Something over here is separated. Like that, you're probably seeing between nearby power poles. Okay, yes. I split the grid and didn't realize it because there were power producers on both sides of it. So now we're better. Okay, back to production of oscillators. It's kind of on the same complexity level as computers, so let's put it in the same line as those. This is a little crisscrossy. That's a little bit clippy if we stuff it in there. But ultimately kind of okay. Okay, yes. Let's take this out. Replace this with an uploader. I've already got more AI limiters than I know what to do with. Put you headed that way. Gonna need more Mercer spheres at some point. Oh, no, no. And here, high-speed connectors. Okay, now let's put another manufacturer in here. Missing modular frames. Okay. At some point I was gonna run out of something. Though maybe that just tells us what our next target for the uploader needs to be. Ah, cable has run out. Still got copper sheets though. So that's gonna be a limiting reagent again, big time. Okay, manufacturer, we've got another one here. You can make crystal oscillators. You need quartz crystal, cable, and reinforced iron plates. So, let's worry about the cable first, since it's already here. In fact, we've kind of gotten in its way a little bit. However, there's nothing that says we can't move these out of the way somewhere. Especially since there's no space for more of those anyway. We've got a whole stockpile of these elsewhere. I'll figure out what to do with those later. As for cable, let's plan on a stack of splitters here. Needs to be turned a different way. Oh, that's not what I want. Is this in line? Yeah, that's in line. Okay, that's cable. We also need reinforced iron plates and quartz. Quartz we already have in the right general area. So quartz should be over here. Yes. Or at least we're going to once we set up an actual truck line. But let's get this set up first. Because again, I want to be able to use things in the right area before I start delivering them to that area. You know what? There. Just so I can have my powered flight. So let's take this. I'll just run it over here for now. Okay, there's quartz crystal. And now we need our reinforced iron plates. And those we were bringing from over here. On a slow belt, very well. And we could run it into the basement. I think I like that idea. So, let's put in another floor hole. Let's go ahead and make this a Mark III. And with that done, we'll be able to go underneath. Speed things up once they're here. And I think that should be all we need. All we have to do now start actually delivering quartz and make cable faster. Let's try dealing with the quartz route first. Somewhere over here I have a tractor, and I think I can put a FICSMAS skin on it too. Maybe we can just use that. Actually, let's make sure that we're set up for shipping on the far side. All the way over here. Oh yeah, this is so elaborate. Okay, so incoming transfer rate. I need to load the vehicle. And let's just set this up really simply. This doesn't need to be here. Right, that was supposed to maybe bring things in, but not an issue. Okay. So sure we're set up for that. We're gonna need way more quartz than this. But we can deal with that later. That's uploading. And toss this in as well. In fact, let's just run a whole separate slow belt from there into there. We'll just unload it that way. Okay, and let's go find my tractor again. I was having a bit of a hard time with it earlier, but let's see if we can make it work better. Can I rename these things? Maybe at the building itself. Pretty sure I can, but I'll need to do it a different way. Almost there. Oh my goodness, I'm running it on solid biofuel. It's been a while since I've worked with this, huh? Well, when that runs out, I'll give it something better. For now... Oh, first. Aw, I can't put it on the tractor? Fine. Alright. Just the truck, I guess. I kind of want to do this from the other side here. The other side of this ridge. These conveyor belts. Let's take advantage of this clipping to get onto the side we want. I'm sure we've probably seen it at some point. Okay, so if we come up here, press F to load cargo into the tractor. Alright, let's start recording. Start recording. Load cargo. Well, you know, people are less productive when they're tired. They don't want us to fall into that trap. Now it's dark and harder to drive. We're starting to come to the right area. Let's swing a little wide so we can avoid our expanding electronics area and approach the docking station from a good path. Such as one exists. Slightly tricky, but we'll see what happens when I automate it. I should be able to cut out at least one of those pauses. Okay. Quartz delivery path. Okay. Now, before I leave this to its own devices, I want it to run on packaged fuel. That way it'll refuel itself at the place. Enable autopilot. And let's get out of Dodge. I think it'll be okay once it's on the loop. All right. Well, let's follow it back. Kind of glad we were finally able to make proper use of that. Yeah, we don't want to be in its way when it comes back. How's it doing? Hard to see from here. That was a bit of strangeness. This pause point over here I can get rid of. Away it goes. You don't actually need to wait there. That was human error. Okay, well, we should be... Yes, we have a reasonable amount of quartz now. Such that cable is now our limiting reagent. Alright, so now that that's done, we need these to make radio control units. Those definitely go into drones. They're gonna go into other things too. Ultimately, I would kind of rather make them close to the aluminum, I think. We can change that later if we have to, because this is a relatively small number of these advanced parts that are going over there. It's a lot fewer things to ship ultimately once we have drones running. So let's prepare to head over there. And I can use this as a refueling stop for me now, too. Don't need to be carrying this solid biofuel around. It is an option for powering the jetpack, but I'd rather simplify things and leave it in here. There you go. Let's see. Anything else I should bring with me? FICSMAS stuff can go into hammer space. I'm carrying a bunch of computers and a bunch of AI limiters that I don't really need to. The computers are about to be useful though, so I'm gonna hang on to them. I'm sure I'll use all those things. How many... Okay. Ammo's in a good situation. How many gas filters do I have? I could make some more of those. Could make some iodine infused filters as well. I need the hazmat suit though first, which I can make one of. Okay. Don't think I'd made one yet, so here goes. And I should be able to put that on. Okay, so now I can make... I need coal for gas filters. Interesting. I don't have that on me. But let's make a few iodine-infused filters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll start with that. Okay, let's make sure I don't have a lot of steel beams on me. Let's grab some more. And let's grab some of that useful stuff from over here. More oscillators, I think. Yeah, we're gonna need way more cable. This is gonna be slow for a while. It's all right. Whee! Now, I think before I did send aluminum casings over to an electronics manufacturing area, so maybe that's a way I would do it this time, but I'd be doing it with vehicles most likely rather than a long cable. Oh, look at this. We've got something to blow up with an obelisk. Nothing. I must have got it already. Oh well. Do I remember the way? Might be too far to the right. I remember seeing this coal area. I did want some coal. Oh, come on. That was entirely too silly. Is that a... That is a hard drive, which I may not have gone for yet. Rotors, stators. Something that doesn't like me. More rotors and stators. Two green guys. More hostility? What now? Oh, that guy. Anybody else got a problem? We got copper sheets. It's all fairly unadvanced stuff. Okay, well, nice to have that. Clearly, I keep killing them. Nope. Don't want to hurt that guy. Okay, how's this mess going? Got more of those plates than we can deal with. Got more of these than we can deal with. So... let's at least start a new bit of manufacturing. Doesn't necessarily need to stay here. Oh my goodness, missing plastic. Okay. Very well, we know where to find that. No, not going that way. Really not quite where I want to be. I've gotten all turned around. This is not where I want to be. And the map's not centering on me either. Oh, there we go. can navigate past poison. There we go. And to make things a little easier on myself, you're clearly confused about where you are. Ah. Oh, yellow slug. Well, you know what? I don't actually need huge amounts of those right now, so let's just leave that be. It's too narrow? Not quite. Don't think this is quite where I'm meant to be. No, I need to turn left. Ridiculousness continues. Oh, that's a bad place to end up. Alright, here we are again. Let's grab a couple stacks of this. Put away some of this stuff that I don't really need much of. Including... yeah, some creature remains. Alright, off we go again. A Mercer sphere. I had just been thinking how nice it would be to have more of those. Yeah, and there's a scarier one. Oh, up there as well. Oh. There's one here too. I built this right on top of it.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Fuel production's having problems, but it's not enough to get in our way yet. Wow, there's two right here, right next to each other. Mercer spheres, there are a given number of Mercer spheres accessible on the map. They are in set locations. I believe eventually there will be a way for us to make more of them ourselves.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant. Symphony complete. You are not the nut effigy.
Correct.
The nut effigy is a temple?
I do not think that is correct, even though I am not entirely certain of your definition of temple.
The nut effigy is not you but sings for you.
That nut effigy is an entirely separate entity from me. We aren't even made of the same base components.
It is a vessel of your intelligent clouds.
Probably close enough for now.
Ada's talking smack about me. Probably I built that power tower there from a distance before I wanted to deal with the creature on top of it. Alright, well, for now, let us make this manufacturer. For now, we can split this. I'll probably want to rearrange this later in some way when I see what else we're making. Let's make radio control units. Let's attach this to power. And let's drop in more of what we need. We can make a point of delivering these by hand for a little while. Until I see kind of what the shape of things is. Or in the dark, you mean like do special items respawn when it's dark? Mercer spheres and somber sloops and slugs and such only appear once. You harvest them and then they're gone. And there is a way that we could see more information about where they are. For example, can we build a radar tower? Yes, if we hang on to some of these crystal oscillators, we can start building radar towers. Scans the surrounding area to display additional information on the map, including resource node locations, terrain data, flora and fauna information, and notable signal readings. So that'll tell us stuff like that. We just need to be willing to hang on to some of our crystal oscillators. Oh, it might have been dark when I erected the tower. Possibly. We do have the footage. Alright, well let's at least build a storage container for the computers. Since I am carrying a lot of them for this specific purpose. Let's do that by hand for now. And let's next figure out our fuel situation, because clearly we're overstepping ourselves again. Oh my goodness, am I seriously wedged against this pipe? I am wedged against this pipe. There. Usually easier for me to get back than to get there. Did I actually pick up this hard drive? No. And that would be why. Oh, it's you guys. Very well. Oh, hello. That's great. Okay, well, from here... Let's try approaching from this direction. I'm gonna need more nobelisks. Ah. Eh. Okay, that's gonna be irritating. This is a safe distance for us to be at, though, so... let's not worry too much about equipping. Another one. Must be lower down. Jillions of them. Okay. Encased industrial beams. Well, that's something a little nicer. There's a purple slug over there, but again, we are just running at such a surplus of those. Any critter remains up here? Suppose not. Maybe I picked him up already. Ah, I want some parts, which I do have. Thank you. There probably was more stuff scattered around here that I already picked up. Oh, there we go. Don't need any of that. Nor do I need this ramp anymore. Oh, look at that. It was hiding another one. Well, I don't even need to kill it at this point, really, since I'm done with that area. Alright, well, speaking of research, I think we've got a slight surplus of drives. I was hanging on to some of them because there are some specific research things in the tree that use hard drives, but I think we have more than we would need for those, so let's fill up our car, park it to the side here, and see what else we can do. In particular, sulfur. Now, part of this, I'm pretty sure, is because things like turbo fuel used to be things... They used to be recipes that you had to unlock from the hard drives that you'd just find around. And they put them into the tree so that you'd be guaranteed to be able to get them next if you wanted them. We probably should start looking into turbo fuel at some point, but it's not our highest priority. And I need to be making compacted coal anyway to get started. So let's hang on to a couple drives, but we can at least throw one in here. Hard drives. Let's scan one. That takes 10 minutes, so we'll just let it run. Meanwhile... You can, of course, scan multiple drives at once at multiple MAMs. You can even start a drive scanning in a MAM, dismantle that MAM, and check your results at another one later. Okay, I think this is a supply problem. Yeah, these last machines are running out of fuel sometimes, and I think a lot of that is just because we're actually using and shipping out this fuel that we're packaging, which we're probably making faster than we need to. So I'm going to start by just underclocking this. I'm going to assume that we just don't need as much as it's able to make. In fact, let's pull it down even a little farther. Because we have to remember that if any surplus fuel actually shows up on the other side, it's going to go into an awesome sink, and that really isn't what we want. So let's see if just turning that speed down will do. What did this used to be? I can't tell. Let's get rid of it. I certainly don't necessarily want any more plastic than necessary getting thrown away in fuel containers. This is slowly filling back up, so it should start not stealing fuel as fast fairly soon. Let's turn it all the way down to 30%. Let's see how that goes. Alright, now let's make more cable. And we'll see how our shipping station's doing. Because it's got a lot going on now. Whee! That is loads of quartz coming in. Yes, and also ridiculous amounts of fuel. This is about to back up and start going into the awesome sink. So we may have caught it just before we started actually wasting fuel. We'll help it along. How's this doing? Crystal oscillators. Looking good. We're still gonna need cable in ridiculous quantities. That's definitely our limiting reagent now. Don't have any of that relevant item yet. I honestly don't need to save all these animal parts. Those do respawn. How's that doing? That's fine. I have 7 Mercer spheres. We can do fun things with those later. In the meantime, cable. Copper sheets are still gradually getting used up. Could go multi-level for this. Oh, that needs wire. And these just straight up aren't getting wire fast enough. We just don't have enough. Okay, all right then. Back to the Explorer, we need to create more copper wire. We can get some of it from here. But let's clear off the stuff on top first. There's a poison cloud we don't really need to care about. Now here's another thing we could move over here. And set up depots in so doing. Those are a little far forward. Ooh, MAM research complete. Excellent. Which type of belt is this? This looks like a Mark III. Let's just make sure I routed them correctly. Yes. Okay, don't need the giant stockpiles of those anymore. And here's copper wire. All of these are going from straight from the smelter into a wire maker. 30 per minute. Okay. Each of these needs to be working twice as fast. Which is doable. that should mean twice as much copper wire, and in fact, this last one may start to sort of back up a little bit as a result, which means that the central belt at least needs to be faster. So let's do it. Where's my explorer? Okay, here we go. I have to wait for my stockpile to build back up again. Okay. That's where faster uploading might be a good idea, so let's check on the MAM while we're waiting. And maybe cut this off while we're waiting as well. Did we get anything good? Hard drive library. Alternate recipe, all-clad casing. Oh, okay. If I wanted to make the casings with a separate ratio. Not sure I like either of them. I can rescan, or I can just leave those in our list of already known recipes and scan a new drive. I think I'm more inclined to do that, actually. While we're at the MAM, let's just see. I have used too many Mercer spheres, so no upgrades for me. At some point, we're just gonna have to go on a massive hunt for this kind of stuff. Mercer spheres and hard drives. Basically, the next time we've got things set up so that we're making everything we need, we just have to wait for it to be done. Maybe we can get some radio towers built and do that sort of thing. Okay, at this point it splits. Off in this direction is going towards the cable. At the very least, we can upgrade this slightly. using the steel that we just freed up for ourselves. Alright, well that should be at least slightly more cable being made. Definitely room for improvement still. How's this doing? How's this container doing? Kinda backed up, because the same stuff that would use up these copper sheets needs cable to keep moving. Meanwhile, this is done. So that can go away. Eventually we're going to want that there. In fact, you know what? I choose to not be worried about that container floating. We can pretend it's being held up by this. I think it's time to get the hover pack back. Whee! Can I put this here? Yes. Needs power. Upgrading a power pole might still be a problem. We can use this one though. Now to start with, we just pull these out. We can use up that stockpile here. We're in a bit of a transition period. That's okay. There's all our copper wire. There are still gaps on the belt. We could still add more. Especially since we're still not feeding these fast enough. Is this one's gradually filling. But yeah, we still need more wire. This still isn't enough. Especially once we've emptied out that bin for this one. Okay then, well, let's upgrade the belt just to make sure we're making full use of everything. Oh, okay. These are getting delivered to... a little faster, but we could still use more. This one we don't need to worry about. That's just emptying out over there. I'm just gonna fly over because I can take the conveyor belt back. Actually, before I do that, how's our power grid looking? It's getting some of its reliability back. So I think we're okay. Oh, these aren't getting enough ore anymore. This is a miner Mark 1. That won't do. Not anymore. You know, let's actually churn out a few more of these. I can stick them in hammer space and use them later. Okay, that's enough. Moink. Okay, are these filling up? Not really. Certainly the ones later in the line are not. If I want to add more, I really should add them on this end, but let's just crank up production a bit. Okay, that's better. But I'm still not sure that it's any better than the best we were doing before, so... One for you. One for you. Okay. Actually, let's... put it in a Mark II. Oh, that doesn't need to be smart. All right. Well, that's better than it was. Whee! We'll just have a nice ride. Nice and quiet. I think I saw MAM research finishing. Aha! That's definitely more cable than was being made before. I'm sure it's still not enough, per se, but... what's happening to it over here? That's getting turned into automated wiring. That's fine. Okay. Fine black powder is an alternate recipe. I think that just uses different ratios of the stuff we'd usually use to make black powder. Or 6 inventory slots. Well, that's definitely useful. Let's take that. Still got this stuff that we can't do much with yet until we have way more advanced things. How's our electronics coming? Look at that! We're still drinking in screws like nobody's business. Okay, we've got some of these. Big question, will they get up to 56 cable? If they do, then that means cable, while the slowest reagent, is not a limiting reagent anymore. It looks like they'll get there. There we go. Okay, how's our power and fuel situation? Fuel is still struggling a little bit. Are we backed up here? We are. We are still making too much fuel. Or at least too much packaged fuel. So let's head over there and deal with that. Would I have enough to build a radar tower? Yes, I would. Okay, let's count on doing that then. Okay, and in fact, I'll leave it up to chat. If I were to build a radar tower near one of our 3 main bases, so this home desert spot, the fuel spot, or the aluminum spot, where shall I build it first? With the understanding that wherever I put it is probably going to be the first place where I'm going to say, all right, let's just scour this place for every single hard drive and Mercer sphere and slug it is. So, call it out, chat, if you've got a preference. We can obviously build more of these as time goes on. But it'll be fun to get at least one down. And, we can put it wherever we want. Gonna leave it to me? Well, alright. Certainly the safest place would be our desert area, just because it's specifically meant as a starting zone. Kind of more interested in what's in places like the fuel zone. I also need to double check what the power requirements of the radar tower are. Okay. Here we are here. Let's turn down the speed of our packaged fuel production even more, because we're clearly not needing all of it. All the way down to 10%. Because we really only need to ship enough fuel that the tractor can run on it. over that way, we did go exploring over there for a while. There were a lot of slugs. It would be fun to go back in that direction. Screech. Oop. Doggo. Oh, we have a hazmat suit now. We can go explore that crater. That one that had a little of everything. I'm sure it's got something good inside. Let's not get wedged on that pipe again. Alright, well let's separate out 10 of these. Where are they? Oh, 15's fine. Actually, no. You know what? I want drones. Let's throw all of those in there. Until we've got the 50 we need. Won't be all that long, actually. Okay, let's let this run for a while. And since we're here, let's put our radar tower here too. Maybe we can put it up there. How big is it? Oh, to make the radar tower, I'm gonna have to take some of these back. Kulu, hello! Alright, well since we actually want our oscillators in there, let's go exploring without a tower. How's it going, Kulu? Welcome to our aluminum area, which is not actually producing very much at the moment because we've got a lot of full containers. There we go, now it's moving again. We are currently building these radio control units because as soon as we can pile up 50 of them, we can unlock the ability to build drones, and drones will be amazing. So, ooh, there's a hard drive here somewhere. All right. Hope it's going well for you, Kulu. Now we've got to keep this explorer close to us because if we do not, we won't have anywhere to retreat to when there are unfriendly critters. You know what? It might be good to get a read on where there's some sulfur because we're going to need it soon. Back that way. Okay, and we know there's some way over here, too. We're already using some of that. This way. Okay. Well, maybe that will be useful soon. Probably. You know, it's a little silly to go exploring without nobelisks. Need black powder for that. One each of sulfur and coal. Well, let's go exploring anyway. Since we do have poison filters. Oh yeah, and this is a more advanced area. It's got quick wire and silica scattered around. It's got quartz crystal. It's got modular frames. Repairs needed. Electromagnetic control rods? I do not have those right now. Okay then. Can I even make those right now? I don't think so. No, I think I need to get into radioactivity for that. Alright, well, good to know. Can you find me any Mercer spheres? Yes, in that direction. I wonder if our water extractor is close enough to that hatcher thing that we could stop it from respawning. It's a big elite hatcher thing. And it's guarding the Mercer sphere. You know what else is guarding the Mercer sphere? A radioactive hog. Yep, there it is. There you are. Can't tell if I'm actually hitting you. I know the radioactive ones take a long time to die. In the sense that they take many shots. got to be stuck on some terrain or something. Okay, maybe I was firing at nothing for a while there. You can see my radioactive filters are ticking down. Oop. I think I have to be standing on the ground in order for my fuel to go back up. Ugh, 5 shots left. All right, well, let's hope there's not anything else nasty around here.
This bleeding temple hums a resident song. Play for us.
There's another one nearby, but I'm out of ammo. Let's check on our radio thingies. There we go. There's a nice big stack of them. We'll let this run. I'm sure we're making more crystal oscillators back at our main base. And speaking of the main base, let's go. Because we have drones to unlock. Oh, no, no, no. I want to go over the little bridge. Ah! Well, it worked. Doggo, I do not want to drive over you. There we go. Another radioactive dude. Really, I think the best place for a radio tower is probably right where it's going to show us a place that we're about to explore into. Unless we're in a mood to just scour a known area. Whee! Bonk. Could stand to install some lights down there. How's this doing? Okay, we're only sending very small amounts of fuel now. That's probably a little bit too little. Assuming our power situation's okay. Yeah, we're alright. Let's turn it back up a smidge. Ha. Drones, drones, drones. Oh, are we still sending overflow quick wire into the sink? I guess that's not terrible as long as it's actually overflow. But okay. Drones!
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. FICSIT had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse FICSIT property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
It is apparently possible to ride drones. Okay. So what next? Nuclear power unlocks some stuff that we need, including for Phase 4, and electromagnetic control rods, which we need to unlock that research pod, if nothing else. We can also start scanning for uranium. We may need to start dealing with radioactive waste as a result. There's other slightly more esoteric stuff later on. Thermal propulsion rocket. We're going to need the fused modular frame for this. So, nuclear power is kind of its own beast. But aside from that, we can kind of do that, or we can start on these three. We at least need this for the magnetic field generator. So let's start that up. We're going to need heavy modular frames. We're going to need 1,000 cable. And we're going to need a fair amount of concrete. Now, this is all stuff I'm not actually storing in actual large quantities anymore for the most part, because I'm just shoving it all into hammer space. So I'll have to gather it gradually. I guess I do have at least some concrete stockpiled. I'm gonna need to grab that later though anyway. Because the pod's not back yet. They're gonna want supercomputers too, and let's grab some more oscillators. Oh, look at that. It's filled up. Excellent. More of those. Supercomputers. Where are those going? We're only making enough to fuel these assembly director systems, so we need to split this off. Let's use a regular storage container for now. It'll mean slower production of our project part, but that's okay. This is getting computers fairly slowly as well. And why is that? It just takes a while to make them. Let's speed you up just a tad. Meanwhile, I'm sure we've got heavy modular frames somewhere. Those are motors. There they are. That's so close. Oh, I've already got a stack. Okay, that'll be enough once the pod gets back. So we're mostly waiting on supercomputers then. So. Drone ports. We need 10 of the radio control things. Bunch of aluminum stuff, some high-speed connectors, and heavy modular frames. That's no problem. We want to build 2 of these, and we're going to need at least 1 drone. 9 inventory slots. So these are really good for small amounts of things that need to fly back and forth between points that are difficult to run other kinds of transport to. Difficult or just inconvenient. do want to throw these things in when I can. That is a pretty great milestone, though, to have come up with. I don't suppose anything would be anywhere near our absolute base of operations. That's tapped out. Let's check on things a little more then. Those are circuit boards. And computers, those are being made now. How's our fuel? That's got such a massive surplus to work through. I think that'll be fine for a while. Speaking of surplus, how are our copper sheets? Looks like they've just empties out. So that's the end of an era. Iron rods will come back for those. This is starting to back up just a little bit, but that won't be a problem anymore once this empties out. So we're in a pretty good situation, I think. Would be nice to do the turbo fuel research, just to have done it. And let's put these extra pale berries away because we don't need those. Don't need to carry them on us. Can I make some more healer things? I think I have to make them at the other bench. Protein inhaler. Yeah, I just need some alien protein. Oh, not enough space in inventory. Fine. Well, I can put these into the terminal now. There you go. There you go for these as well. Let's pull cable out. Start putting that in. I can just pull it out gradually as it gets uploaded. I'm gonna need more of those. Let's go ahead and un-Christmas ourselves. old helmet. Oh, Wonder Star trinket. That's cute. Let's give ourselves a Somers loop for good luck. And just got a couple more minutes really, so let's just kind of admire what we've got here. We're gonna need more radio control units in order to build drone stuff. So let's actually get that started. Let's grab some more heavy modular frames. Don't have quite as many as we'd need for everything, but we can at least start on things. The Explorer's over here. However, let's grab some more oscillators before we go. And we'll head off this way. How's this doing? Yeah, that's fine. That was an abrupt change in lighting conditions. I'm out here without nobelisks again. But yeah, I think we're gonna be getting into sulfur for batteries soon, so once we're doing that, I think it'll be easier for us to... Oh, hello, slug. It'll be easier for us to do things like make compacted coal and do that other sulfur-related research as well. It's so dark. hear something nearby. Slug or sphere or something of that nature. Ah, no more computers. Well, we've got enough to last us a little while. of those. Okay, well that's enough for us to build a drone port. Or should be. So let's see, we're making these over here. Let's plan on the drone port being... Oh, look at that, there's radioactivity up there. Let's put it over on this side. It's big. Quite big. And I don't mind going a little over just for us to get a drone port in. We may need a chainsaw as well just to open up this space a little better. But for now, let's stick this kind of over to the side. Port name Arlanda. Alright, well we can change that later if we want to, but we need power here. And one of the nice things about drone ports is they can have incoming and outgoing traffic at the same time. So we can set this up with in and out ports and fuel at least one of the places that the drone will be visiting, and then send drones back and forth. But that's going to have to wait till next time, because we're going to need more heavy modular frames in order to do more building. And more crystal oscillators, I guess, which means not dumping all of them into this machine. So I'll probably do some wandering around to get a... Actually, you know what? Just the drone port itself is a pretty nice thing to be looking at. Hello, Swan! You're catching us just in time to go into photo mode and take a picture of this drone port nestled in between the leaves. There we go. Alright, we shall save this game. And send you all to the outro and see who's around to raid. Alright, Selfred Sal is playing something called Space Trash Scavenger, which sounds fun, so I'll send you over there. Hello, Reliable Battles. You have a good night too. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream and has a lovely evening or whatever time zone you're in. And I will see you all next time, Sunday, for setting up drones, probably. I can't imagine that getting too much more delayed, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. But yes, more Satisfactory next Sunday and Slipstream during the week, and I will see you then for whatever you'd like to join me for. Thanks for coming along, and I'll see you next time.